Namaskar, good morning, good day to all my audience, viewers all over the world who may be present later or not now. This is July 19, 2020, one more day of this year and life. We know problems of world, nothing new. Only problems are rising, not getting down, and we are behind them always. Engineering, engineering management, engineering sciences, engineering field practice, contracts, materials, general specifications, whatever possible, we do. We do and do. That's our, you can say, mission, to let people understand about what we talk of and what we say should be. Engineering management handwritten, I like it because it is at least done by human, not by machine, and I'll show also what is done by machine, and that too is not bad, you can say not bad anyway. I will show just for time pass, because life is of course not critical, but human made critical, life itself. We have made life ourselves critical. No one is responsible for that. We ourselves are responsible for our lives to be critical, Engineering. That doesn't mean engineering discipline or engineering branch. Of course it is engineering branch I am talking, but engineering itself has lot wide meaning, very wide meaning. It means management, it means systems, it means changes, and it means organization, and it means challenge, and it means human thinking, and it means it's human thinking, that's last answer, last resort, and then general, then concrete, specific specifications, total systems, quality, structure, and soil engineering, and reports, FIDIC, etc., all that we have been talking of daily. Something, I have been doing, of course, contributing people to get boredom with that, but we should remember, boredom is life. Happiness stays only for a few moments, that's fact of life, but boredom is your friend, just like you see, boredom is friend of everybody, and we have to accept that fact, that if boredom doesn't exist, happiness doesn't come. I'm not talking philosophically, I'm talking something factual. When you feel happy, I think happiness stays momentarily. It doesn't stay permanently. Happiness stays for few hours, while boredom stays forever. That's also fact of life. And that fact, if you deny, you deny yourself, your truth. Life is not, you know, life is not fake. Fact is that. Life is truth. This truth is valid if we understand truth. Facts remain that hardly few percent of people believe in truth. Otherwise, practical world means, when you talk of practical world, this means fabrication of talks, fabrication of messages, and talking only depending upon time and to whom you are talking, what time you are talking, about what you are talking. I don't understand why people run away from facts, why people do speak lies. This point I could not understand till today. Maybe I am not a good student to learn, or my mind is not that sound as public mind is. Yet, there are two ways: happiness or sadness, or you can say normal sadness. I should not say boredom, you should say. When you go to some marriage party, you feel happy for one day or half a day. When you celebrate something, you celebrate for 2-3 hours. And again you go to job, you don't celebrate anything, and you find that your job is burden. There are very few people who find happiness in jobs. Very few people. Means for them it's difficult to get up early morning, prepare for job, go, come back, and again. They don't like this routine. And this routine becomes a mechanical world for them, because they are bound by that control, and they are not free to the extent that they are on job. Is that not fact of life? That's fact of life. But remember, question is not job or no job. Question is not that. Question is where you feel you are not free, you find some kind of problem with yourself, and you feel, controlled by someone or by your own work controls. What I am saying is that you may ask, what is this you are talking? How it is related to engineering? My friends, this is related to real engineering, because engineering starts at life itself. You may not have noted, might not know it, that life itself is engineering. There is some purpose of everybody is to be present on earth. You cannot say we are just present because God sent us here, or by chance we got birth and we are living. First of all, take out of this mind, your mind. Everybody has got some purpose, and that purpose is unknown to that body. That is only a problem. Otherwise, everybody is a part of God's team. I, you, everyone who come to this earth is somewhere responsible for something in this world. That's why we are here. I take it this way. I am an engineer. I work on site or somewhere else. I have a job assignment. I do that. And my job assignment also procures in hundreds of other job assignments who work for same job, whether below me or above me. Everybody has some responsibility, maybe small or maybe wider. It depends upon individual thinking. This means when we allot jobs ourselves, what does it mean? Why do you allot jobs? Because we have some assignments, some projects, some destination that we have to cover. We have to complete that, and that completion of that job is known as delivery. Though it's not delivered, but it's called delivery because we are going to make something live. Delivery means D-E-L-I-V-E-R. If you can say what is D and what is live is something you have, something which was not available, and we produced that, we made that available. So the process of whatever process we adopted to make that item to live, that is D and live. Delivery. Whole process part of delivery. And when that item is completed, that good is completed, that structure is completed, it can be used, it can be operated, it's always come to its life for which it was intended to be worked upon, and now we got it, it's functioning, it's operating. So life has come to that project, and all inputs were given by our people who were sent by unknown power to this to do this job. You may take it that way. You remember, even if you don't work one day, you don't feel happy. Maybe you say today is holiday, we have Sunday, we have Friday, we have Saturday, we have this day, we have that day. We have fixed days ourselves for relief, for relaxation, for maintenance. And we have many vacation days. Then we say, oh, we are happy, we got one month leave, we got 2 month leave, and we are happy that we will enjoy. But in fact, you don't enjoy in that period. You come back to job again. What I mean to say is, it's everybody's right to decide where one finds pleasure and where one doesn't find pleasure, but boredom or tension or liability, or if you want to sleep whole time, you try, you won't be able to sleep. And if you want to work whole time, you will find you will not work 24/7. It's all fictitious. I am a student of engineering. Student of engineering means whole life I have been doing engineering. So I am a student. Means degrees, diploma, that is something else. But after all, we learn every day. Even if I have experience, I learn every day. Even I am not in job, I learn every day. I learn society. I learn humanity. When I was on jobs whole my life, I could not come in contact with real society. I was on projects and our working society, you can say personal workers and machines, and in deserts you won't find nothing except this. So major part of my career I could not see society. So when I have chance, I want to understand society also. That's an important point, to understand society, and not only our society, world society, different cultures, diversifications, and how what men think, people think, what human thinks, what culture they adopt, what are the psychological points, what is the psychology, means how they want to live. That must be learned. That's also a important part of life. Technologies go on improving, everything goes on improving, medical goes on improving, there is no stoppage for everything anywhere. But one should remember, humanity remains same. There is no development of humanity, human remains same. That's also true. I cannot say that human technology has changed. Technologies have changed, but human technology is same. We all still walk using legs, and we eat using mouth, and we breathe using nose, and this is not today. It has been since this world was constructed. So humanity is still safe. There is no technological upgradation on humanity. This means this is perfection. When you cannot do any change, you cannot think of any change. There can be change in lifestyle, but that change is not what I am talking of. I am talking on basics change. We all wear clothes, we all live same way. Country belonging to all worlds, every country has same humanity, same living, same eating habits, same marriages, divorces, all same quality. Only procedures are different, styles are different, methods are different, thoughts are same, life is same, everything is same. This means when something is available in nature, like perfection of humanity, and cultures do not keep varying except varying methods or procedures. You don't think that's the kind of engineering? Means it's kind of operation of humanity that's working. God produces human, and once human is delivered, that human is brought up, and once that bringing up is over, you start standing on your own. You continue in operational stage, not in project stage. So you can say human production is a project. Humans growing up to a certain level is a project. Maintenance project, you may say. And after then, it's operation forever. Here, I think a high degree of management, or you can say organization is involved, which is unknown. We never study. We study in forms of human sciences, or you can say social sciences or psychological sciences. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in evaluation of humanity, though it's a perfect one. Yet, thinking is different. Thinking is different. Approach is different. Philosophies are different. Strength is different. Working efficiency is different. Eating habits are different. But game is same. Target is same. No change on that. This means technology is same. Well, I think I'm talking redundantly, but it's not redundant. You may say engineering that we do in life, we as professionals, and engineering which is not professional but public or social. That engineering rules over our engineering, because background of everybody plays an important role in field of engineering or in whatever professional field we work in. Engineering itself says you have to use mind. You have to be genius. And there are so many geniuses in society whose minds have not been used, or whose minds have not been extended any opportunity to be used. So they use their mind in corrupt practices, in illegal acts, or in antisocial acts. So they start, you can say, stealing, robbing, or smuggling, or some other bad acts. This means their engineering is not utilized, their strength is not utilized. What we understand by engineering, that you have to utilize all agencies, all forces you have: workforce, equipment force, material force, technology force, and your force. Whatever forces do you have, whatever resources do you have, whatever you have, or you are given, or you can get, those are used for development or construction of project. So life itself is a project. Why don't you take it that way? We don't understand childhood or infancy, then we later on understand. When we understand, actually, when we fix our target, or our parent fix our target, that you are going to do this kind of work in life, your role is that you have to be engineer, you have to be doctor, you have to be professor, you have to be politician, you have to be this or that. That target is fixed at some time in life. Maybe at age of 18 or 20 or some other age, or even early. That target is fixed. This means target stands there as well. Just like we fix our milestones in our scheduling. So target is also fixed in life. So I can say we move in that direction, depending on potential of family or parents they have, or some other alternative source they have. We try to move in that direction. Some are successful, some are not successful, depending upon some have certain milestones which they are not capable of, but they are forced that you have to achieve that. So that item fails. That is out of test, means a broken item, can say. It doesn't happen that way. My dear friends, I'm not giving any preaching, I'm not doing something. I'm just trying to share with you what do I understand about life and about engineering. I think everybody's life is an engineering practice. Field can be different, but verb is same, engineer. When I use engineer as a verb, not as a profession, it means something. Sometimes we do engineering, but we don't know what we are doing. Many examples are there. No need of saying. Applications we do in life every day, but we can't recognize them what we do. We do small applications. We don't take into consideration that this is an application. Life is a teacher. If you understand there is a teacher, and life is bad as well as good, both teacher it is. Life, if you have strong life, strong, I do not mean to say money wise, I mean to say your capacity wise, your potential wise. Everybody has different potential. I have, you have, all you have. Who can measure that potential? Society measure question, or you yourself measure, or your relatives measure, or your teacher measures. Potential can be measured by identification or assessment. But we forget that that's that time when you just start your building of career. But career building in whatever discipline you go, whatever field you go, specialization you go, you will find variant. Our destinies are different, that's true. Everybody has different destiny. And that depends upon what do you want to do in life. Because destiny automatically pulls you to its milestone. Nobody can stop that. Nobody can say, yes, I did, or my father did, or no. Nobody did. Your own potential did that. Sometimes you join some field of profession, but you are not inclined to study that. You pass even, but you never ever do on that. So that was not your objective of life. Your objective was where you are successful, you are doing interest. So an interest in life actually indicates that your future is this. And future finding is of course difficult, but at one time you do that. Automatically interest comes out from your conscious, from your mind, what you are going to do. Automatically you start in that direction. Everybody passes engineering, medical, arts, sciences, commerce, or administration, or whatever. They pass out, that's true. But if you check statistics after that, what these persons did in life, you will not find all what they are involved in their respective professions or courses or studies. There was a difference of degrees, and maybe 25% to 30% people or 40% people could be successful in their real vocations, but most of them were either forced to be in that profession just for sake of survival. They had no keen interest in them. But survival is important. So survival sometimes takes over your will, takes off your destiny, throws away. And those who are interested, even their object is already fixed, they go there. I am not talking of higher education. I am talking of strength of life, state of mind, which is the dominant factor of everybody. If mind is dominant, you can do a lot. And if mind is not dominant, you may be having whatever type of educational, academics, qualification, it doesn't help. It doesn't work. So for an engineering project, for engineers, mind means something, it's equal power than to resources power. Engineering means use of mind, and all professions means use of mind. And engineering specifically, because many other professions are well defined, but engineering is never well defined, particularly practical engineering. When I am saying practical engineering, this means engineering in working shape, not theoretical. When I am saying practical engineering, this means capability of human, capability of workforce to do something known or unknown using sources and whatever you have, resources and technologies. It may be same technology, but you will find different results. You take one project, give it to many people, you will find that handling of project And standard of quality or quantity by everybody who does that is different. It's not same. For someone, project is just a project. For someone, it's to make money or profit. For someone, show there's development. But it's very rare to say those who say that, who says that this is my standard of quality, this is what I wanted to achieve. Therefore I say quality and engineering are very much related, and that's why I say quality of life teaches you what is engineering. I take example of nature. Nature is our first teacher in the sense of world, not in the sense of family. And we should learn that nature is not variant. Nature is never variant. Nature does not believe in changes. Nature has its own setup design, its own direction, its own schedules and timings, and it works accordingly. It never ever even tries to change, never ever goes out of its route or route, and this go on working without any pause, without any stop. So we are also part of nature. When we breathe 24/7 and never stop. What do you think about that? Did you ever have a chance to stop your breath for 10 minutes and survive? Never. I'm not talking of yoga, that is different. I'm talking of life. So when my nature says my body is never stopping, it never stops anywhere, it has to work. My mind says I am going to work, you sleep or you don't sleep. What does it mean? This is also machine. I'm a machine. I'm operating. My life is being operated by nature, by my system. Nature means my body is system. And this is also part of nature. No one can deny this fact. Nature is nature. So when I say my body is a nature, I should also understand these facts. I should understand these facts, and everybody should understand these facts. That nature must be respected by everybody. And those who don't respect nature, they find problems. They find problems. I have tried much in my life by personal experiences that time depends in your hands about how to use time. It's in your hands to use it or waste it. I understand no one can use it perfectly, and wastage is imminent. It happens. Because we are human beings and we have to live simple and comfortable. Comfortable, when you say comfortable word has its own definitions, explanations. I am not bound by any command, but I am bound by nature. I cannot say no. No one can say no. Because your life is not in your hands. I mean to say, when you are alive until that time, you can do whatever you plan to do, but one day when you are terminated or you die, that before that you could do anything, then you can't do anything. So somewhere you are bound by that power which you can't know what it is. Imaginations are ways, everybody can imagine anything. I have no objection to that. But part of nature works on me. I cannot deny this fact that nature supports everybody, every day, every moment. My body when I was born was very small, and now when I am 65 or 6, it's built up, well managed. And during all these years, it kept on managing itself from one stage to other stage. So how can I say I'm not a part of nature? There is no artificiality here. We may say, yes, we have different kinds of clothing, we have different kind of dressing style, we have different kind of enjoying, depending on money you have. That is superficial, that's external cosmetic. But internal structure of body is same. Education is one part of life, but application of knowledge is another part of life, and necessities are one part of life, and supports are other part of life. But if you go on that way, there are so many branches of engineering in life itself. Those are not defined and those are not understood. We call them social sciences or social engineering. In social science, we study sociology, which is actual sociology, means social systems, you can say. We study microeconomics, macroeconomics, and also many other relations with all. We study in social sciences. So here is social science that applies to everybody. But we call it social science, we call it this is science. Not this systemize, there is some system and system is science. So engineering means actual life. Just like engineering means actual study of life, actual study of what we can use, how can we do, how can you use materials, how can you use resources, and all that, how can you understand various systems and how can you best use them, just design them, and all that is engineering. So that is professional part we can say, because we use that in profession to work, to deliver something and get something back in India. The money you get back, fees you get, but fees is one part. Your contribution to that project doesn't measure itself to fee. You are not getting any fee to nature. That's also true. Sometimes I think I am getting sun, I am not paying anything to sun, not paying anything to air, not paying anything to water, not paying anything to soil, not paying anything to skies. But I am getting every service free. Right? We are getting every service free. Should we understand that? But here what we do, we are not doing anything free. We are charging for everything. Those who don't feel whether got money or fail to get money, for them it's nothing, it's just equal. If you get money, fine. If you don't get money, means you don't rush behind that. Those people are much better than those who always run behind money and fail not getting that. Money is important indeed, nobody can deny that fact. But money is an exchange. When you do something without money, you find a kind of pleasure you don't get, otherwise you get money. We do so much in life where money is not received and can't be received, but something else is received. You can say sharing with God is received. When you do something for nature or for society free of something, you feel it's God's will. And if you don't do that, so you get money or smile, well, it's my job, my assignment, my profession. You just avoid God there, you forget God is at that time also with you. You got this money because of God and you do that work because of God. You could not do that work without God's cooperation. This is very difficult to understand like this. Everybody cannot imagine this. God was with you. This is, you can say a bhram or an illusion, or you may say it is illusion, whatever it is. Engineering in field and engineering in life, both are same. Engineering is field for development, and engineering in life for character, for upliftment, for be a part of nature. That's very important. Unfortunately, in our engineering of life, we are withdrawing from nature. Every day we withdraw from nature. So nature also withdraws from us. Sometimes we don't need facility, but we use them. It happens. The reasons are unknown, really unknown. I am talking of engineering management. That is subject or that is profession or discipline. You may relate it to whatever section. But we should not forget, if my life is engineered well, my mind is free of stresses, I can contribute major or most of my energy within me to my act, to my job, to my responsibility. And if I do that, let's say I say 90% of my energy is used for my work, I think I will feel better than if that energy is not used. I may not express my feeling, but I would keep aside what benefit I will get. I keep in mind I have done this much. I have been able to do this much today. I have done better than yesterday, or I have been progressing well in my field. I may say that those comments I may speak, or these would appear in my mind, and this will happen in mind. Feeling is generated in my mind. I am doing better and better every day. I am trying to say to engineers particularly, engineering is something different. Engineering is not actually what we study in university. That is only basics of engineering, fundamentals of engineering, advanced engineering, subjects of engineering, these advanced subjects only. In engineering, flow comes from field to university. Not otherwise it comes from university to field. It does not happen. All other professions are different. Medical profession is different. There is no such type of question. Procedures are procedures. Medicine, prescription. Nobody can challenge that if it is right. But no doctor can change the design of human, and no doctor has the right to do so. Doctor has to follow what is given in practice and given in procedures. The doctor has to follow. Even doctor is the biggest servant of all. Medicines are trademarked, medicines are prescribed, and they are bound to either give, there are four options, and one of those options is used by doctor. Same way, other professions like accountancy or like company secretary or like other professionals have same limitations. But engineering is one. There are options and options and options, alternatives and alternatives and alternatives. We should understand that point. That point is not very easy to be understood. Thinking my engineer about whatever profession or whatever project one is doing, if you think how to do according to requirement, or how to do it in better way, you will find there is someone in your life waiting for you every day. God is waiting for me, my parents are waiting for me, my siblings are waiting for me. Everybody waits for you. But real wait is God. When I consider God as my engineer, God is my engineer means God made me. I am product of God. So God is my engineer, designer, everyone, and I am that product, that delivery. I am one of many deliveries in the world. I am delivery there. I am engineered product. So I am doing engineering, but I was made by God for something. Might have that God put some software in my mind I'm not aware of, but the software exists there. Engineering I define in a different way. Simple is use me. Use me. I am asking projects use me. Use my knowledge. I am asking all promoters use me. When I think I got a project, say, I feel either happy or sad because I feel happy that I got some assignment, but I don't feel happy that I have to work with that. I have to work regularly, I have to work in punctuality, in schedule, and every day. I have to do that. That's difficult, but job is okay. At least I have job, I'll be paid every month. That part is good for me. Other part is good for not good for me because maybe I have to get up early morning, do every activity and go to job. Admission in engineering and work in engineering are very different. Maybe you say, why I'm talking like this? I'm talking like this because I'm finding what engineers should do. That's not happening here. Engineers have a different role in society, in world. That role is technical role as well as social role. Technical role we know. We say my job is this, my job is that. That's one part, technical role. So we are trained in that calling. We know after our professional education what are our responsibilities. I'm not concerned in that one. That everybody knows. I'm not going to take a lot of time on that. Our role comes in field that is linked to education as well, but to some extent. To some extent only, otherwise it is individually linked to it. If I understand my role in engineering in my field, nobody is going to tell me that. Nobody would give me that role because they know that I am a qualified person. And if I am a qualified person, I must know what my role is. That is also true. I am a qualified person. So either I know it or if I don't know it, I will chart it out. That is expectation of everybody. And that's true that you have to chart out your role. Problem comes in when you are higher education person, you are having engineering degrees or post degrees. People keep themselves off from you because they think they don't have capacity to debate with you or talk to you. They just try to follow your instructions. They think that your instructions are perfect because you are a professional, you know job, you know drawings, and you can interpret what is required to be interpreted from your orders. But one part they don't understand that you are lacking in experience. They know it, but they don't compare with that. We forget one thing after becoming engineer, that ultimately engineering is delivered at product stage, project, construction and completion stage. Despite having complete information about technology, about procedures, and about what should be done. What should be done, we know that. Despite knowing that what should be done, if we are not able to do that, due to whatever reason, I cannot say that. There could be many reasons. I think that's a lacuna in engineering. That's a point we have to consider and make up why it is. If I am an engineer and I don't understand my job, I always stick to my theories, my books. Oh no, it's not that, it's this formula, that formula, or it is this statement by that scientist or this engineer. If we just keep ourselves locked up, we have no key. You understand? We have no key in that. Where is that key? That key, which is my key, because I am key personal. If that key is there, I can use that, and if that key is absent, it's not with me. Who shall provide me that key? There is no one to provide me that key. In fact, no one to provide me that key, because I am qualified and I've been trained to make that key or buy that. Buy doesn't mean from market, but from your own experience. That key, if I don't find, I can't work. So engineering ends at that key. Somebody understands that key, somebody can make that key, or somebody gets that key ready-made. Why do we say turnkey project? Turnkey, and you say it. That's what it says, turnkey project. You have to do nothing there, or everything is done, you did that, and you use it, and that's it. That's called turnkey. And if you cannot do that, whole purpose of turnkey goes waste. If that purpose is waste, this means all engineering is waste. My key is broken. I can't unlock. Right or wrong? If I can't unlock, how shall we enter? How shall I enter into that door, into that entry, into that, lock-up area, air seal area? I have to enter there. This is my point we should consider. If I don't have key in my hands, in my control, key means control. Key means control. Control of what? Control of total delivery. Control doesn't mean control of activities, that is part of controls, but total delivery, for which I am sitting there or standing there or posted there, or I have taken ownership of that responsibility that I would do it. And if I am not able to do that, this means I am missing something. There, engineering stands or fails, that's up to me. If my engineering fails there, if I can't do that, I can't do that which is expected on that role, this means indirectly my value of education is also defeated. Everybody would say, you are very educated, highly educated, but you were not able to do that. So there was no benefit of your education. They would say that. Education or your title, whatever you have, if I am not able to do that, they will not impact me, they will impact title or your education. And of course you. This is very important point I want to share with you. Value of this point. Engineering ends at their point. It's either fail or pass. It's in your hands. If it's pass, it's your pass. If it fails, it's your fail. Your failure. If you are successful there, your engineering is variable, it will be accessible. They would say, yes, you are well educated. They would say that. You are well educated. And if you do not do that, you are gone. That's what I would say. Do not always argue what degrees you have or you don't have, what standards you have or don't have. Try to do that. Psychology. Try to do that. God expects us to do it. Because alone knowing is not enough. Alone knowing is not enough. You might have studied 56 books, but you understood nothing. Because you did not do anything on that. You passed them and that's it. Pass means examination passed, not life passed. Passing examination and passing life are different. Your working life and your educational life, lot difference. Working life may be 50 years, 40 years. Educational life is 3 years. Maximum 6 years, 7 years, 8 years after school. That is your work, educational life. Not more than that. Education of engineering starts when you actually start working in the field. Otherwise, before that, it is pre-education. Whatever degree you have, it's pre-education. This has no practical meaning. This is very serious topic I am discussing with you. This topic, do not take it otherwise, because this is a real topic. I learnt it from my experience with many of my international friends whose contemplation is different, has been different than what you think. Those contemplation really taught me a lot. Arabic engineers, British engineers, many engineers. Maybe they have much lower knowledge than what we have from our colleges, from our institutions. But thought is, we are weak in thoughts. We are too weak in contemplation because we don't have contemplation. We don't have any contemplation. We stop at paperwork and not at real work. Usually they say, if you are not in work position, if you are not working in profession, you are not an engineer. Still I remember one Jordan engineer in 1982, Jordan engineer, very good, was on our site. He was, we were subcontractor and that person was main contractor. So, what you are, you're not working, you're not an engineer. If you're an engineer, you work. It's not first engineer. Many other engineers, Iraqi engineers, many others said same thing. You are engineer, prove it you are engineer. Yes, maybe I could not, but that's fact of life. You are an engineer. Prove it. Your certificate doesn't prove it. You prove it. It's not wrong. It is. I'm talking about 80, 82, 83, 84. When I was like small boy in engineering. 20 years, 20 up to 25 years, 26 years. Prove it. Still I remember. I learned from there engineering, not from my books. Yes, my books are theory books. And generally these are also copied from foreign books, not actual books. We have no potential people who can write. We require those books. We enrich our practical knowledge. We don't have. We don't have. Unfortunately, we don't have. Because after passing degrees, we do not value profession. We think it's a job. Profession, we think it's a job. That's right, it's a job because you are paid. We are not taught what is profession. We are not taught. This is, you can say, lack of our knowledge, lack of our educational standards. Our teachers in professions are themselves not professionals. It's a statement making very hard statement, but facts are facts. Even today, it holds good in 90% cases. Institutions of our engineering do not still realize what is practical engineering and what is educational engineering. I'm not calling theoretical engineering. Educational engineering and practical engineering are at different ends of sea, ocean. Real engineering is not taught. Educational engineering is taught. That's one point. I don't understand the reason behind that. I don't understand. When I was doing my diploma, we used to conduct, our students were taken every week to some projects, running projects, because in engineering, there can be no project in university or college. You have to go to some project. Project is also not something that can be brought to you in the college. You can visit there, you can go see there. You had to go. That time also, it was like not like formality. Just okay, go and see. They used to teach something, and then you have to write report. I understood this or that. That's very preliminary field engineering means. I still remember one point or 2 points in that. One was that our teacher, our professor, I do not take name, we visited Vikas Minar in Delhi. You might have heard Vikas Minar. It was 1970, I think 73, 1973. We all went to Vikas Minar, 20 stories at that time, and it's the tallest building in Delhi, next to Qutub Minar. I mean, higher than Qutub Minar, lower than I exactly remember. We went up on, this was under construction. RCC element was generally over at that time. We went upstairs and reached terrace of terrace of Vikas Vidahan. There was one engineer from that project and was supervised there, and he interacted with us. Our professor talked to him. He told how they were doing. Now there was some 32 mm bars inserted somewhere in one area, 5 or 6 or I think 8 or 10 bars. Our professor asked a question, why did you use this bar 32 mm here? He thought this bar is for structural purpose. Our professor thought that. That's only in one place, not in all columns. I don't exactly remember all of one, but there was something like that. I was not good in design at that time because I was very young and it was diploma, and we were not good in designs that time. Then that engineer told me, no, it's not for structures, not to me, to that professor. We heard it's not for that, but it's for something else. It's for loading purpose, to lift something like that, anchor something, or used for lifting of materials. Some other means this was a mechanism used for that, so nothing to do with structure. So our professor was convinced. This point means we actually, professor did not understand that time. This is practical requirement of site that we have to make such anchor points or pegs or supporting arrangements temporarily. And that's why this question, and that point answer. That was one means I could at that time not understand all, but now I realize that a siteman should understand such points, that these are not structural. Then so many points he took us to some of the building, manhole construction going on site landscape area. He was watching, told us to see this channel of manhole, how we cut these channels, and this contractor owner was standing there watching, and we asked him about these channels. That's our professor. He something said, okay, good, because that owner was there or that contractor was there. Okay, fine, it's good. He told us indirectly it should be like that, it's not in correct direction, but he was not able to tell us exclusively in clear terms that this was not correct, because that contractor was there. Similarly, I remember something means our professional teachers, I call them professional teachers, all professors or lecturers or whatever they are our professional teachers who teach us professional education. Now I realize that in our system, engineering professors are not having adequate background of practical engineering, of engineering in field, and it is true, it's a defect in our system. It's absolute defect of planners, or you can say council that deals with professors, or that law of academics or education. That council is defective or has been defective. You see, you are teaching engineering and you have no practical experienced people from field, and you are just depending on doctorate degrees or master's degrees for purpose of education. Okay, that's one part, that is also important. You should have highly educated teachers. Highly educated is not a requirement. Highly knowledgeable teachers, I can say, highly experienced teacher we should have. If teachers cannot understand or cannot make students understand what is professional engineering, a student can never understand what is professional engineering. A student should know in university itself what is profession. They do not know, and they do not even know subjects of profession. Problem lies there. They know only technical subjects like theory, like designs or construction, They do not understand real professional difficulties and real professional syllabus that should be made a part of engineering. And there should be experienced teachers who have done job, who have worked on who failed, but that doesn't happen. So you are delivering a student's product, you are delivering an engineer product without basis of engineering. If that product has to learn and fail first, then what sort of product is that? Can product learn? Point is that. My point is not to speak against system, but my point is because I suffered in my life. I suffered when I worked or started work in field. I suffered from not having working background. I suffered. I did not suffer in this country. I suffered overseas. And when you suffer overseas, it sends a message to many nationals. What sort of engineers are they? What sort of engineers are they? And remember, you cannot learn physical activities, practical activities in 6 months or 1 year. It takes a lot of time, and that too if you are opportune to get such assignments. Otherwise, whole life you do not do that and you will never understand. So where does engineering stand then? My question is that. Engineering does not have any standing actually, because we are not doing that. Because we are, don't think of engineering, simple. Don't think of it. Engineering projects also are prone to accidents or failures. It's not now, it's nothing new that we find today. It has been for long. But we used to think in our country only it happens. But now we think it's not alone. We are not alone in this beautiful field. Our respectable fields of failures, it's spread all over. Because humanity has changed. Engineering is not very simple, and it's also not very difficult. Remember, it's you, engineer, it's you. Up to you whether you consider it difficult or you consider it easy. And remember, you have to immerse yourself in engineering. Otherwise, you can't come out plain and experienced engineer, honest and sincere engineer. I have gone through all such problems during my career here as well as overseas, that we are in fact not engineers. When I say engineering management, this means that. Engineering management means you are an engineer, I give an assignment, do it and do it. Do it per requirement. And if you can't do it per requirement, you are not an engineer. You should not tell me this is drawing, I don't want to see that. You should not tell me this is specification, I don't want to see that. I want that done. I want that delivered. Can you do that? I don't want to argue with anybody. No need. I don't want to know your knowledge. I don't want to see your certificate. Yes, your certificate of yours you have, that's why you are here. I used to talk to many of my colleagues in overseas jobs about. I thought they are just like, they maybe not be like us. But see, I passed this engineering, I have this degree. So simply you have, that's why you are here. No, I tried to boast on them. I have this degree, that degree. I thought they don't have. See, innocence of persons. I was so innocent. But in talking and conversing with them, I have this degree, I passed. You have degree, that's why you are here. It's a kind of insult, reciprocal insult to you. Why you're telling me everybody is having that, that's why it's there. I thought that we don't have that. Maybe Philippines or something like this, or some other country or Arab country do have it. That's why you're here. This answer, a very attacking answer actually. It's very counteract answer, so encountering answer. So that guy also has sin. So you are not having a special degree. You have been brought here for what? To see your face based on their capability. Serious point. Understanding should change. This is the only difference in our education and others' education. They have a target of education, we don't have target. Our target is certificate, that's it, nothing else. No independence in working, no field-based thoughts. That can be created only when you have such type of professors or teachers. That misses in our system. They may say we have connection with the industry, and that's all nonsense. I have seen this seminar. Connection with only for sponsorship seminar you are taking connections. Tell me which university is supported by industrialists. Where are industrialist engineers going there? Where are you just going there to teach students? Show me where it is. Why experienced engineers are not allowed to work as teachers? What's the problem with that? Why only PhD is considered for teaching profession? What is there in PhD? Why you want such management in education? We want management in engineering management, and education is a part of engineering, we know that. It should not be based on subjects test only. You increase some time of syllabus, you keep it 4.5 years or 5 years, but practical work is a must. Internship is not enough. Of course, this is civil engineering and there is no project. You cannot get a project, virtual project or field project. In that case, what you should do? Why mistakes are being intensified these days? There were mistakes previously also, but now there are many mistakes we are seeing on engineering projects. This means there is something somewhere which is not clear. Something is there somewhere we don't understand. Otherwise, there is no meaning of mistakes in engineering. Errors, of course, I agree, not mistakes. There is a difference in error and mistakes. Error means error due to oversight, error due to something else. But mistakes is not oversight. Mistakes because of no knowledge. You are not clear about that. Error is you are clear, but error can be caused due to somewhere. That's why it's error, it's not mistake. We can correct error, we can't correct mistake. I'm not interested in criticizing engineering. I respect engineering. I respect engineering and I respect profession of engineering, because I understand without engineering world cannot move. That I understand. You also have to understand that. Everybody must understand that. Engineering minus engineering plus both. Plus engineering means life is good. Engineering and that is minus engineering, life is gone. Engineering plays a role everywhere in our life, and particularly basics of engineering. You may use a train, you may use a car, a bus, or you may use a road, a street, you may use a footpath, you may use a building, you may use a plane, you may use whatever you want to use. You may go to restaurant, you may go to shop, you go to anywhere. You will find yourself, you shall find yourself under, you are using or passing through certain structures that have been built based on collective engineering, based on totality of engineering, and that is very important point. Until we understand totally of engineering, we cannot understand how to manage engineering. I am not interested in talking just explanatory notes or just explanatory elaboration. I know no, I don't have any notes. I don't want. It's mind that is developed. It's mind that creates everything. And of course, I am using this medium where I can talk to you. Though one way it is, it's difficult to write everything. But I am speaking. It's good, but when I write, it takes time, and readers are very few. But when you talk like this online, there may or may not be viewers at that time you're talking, but they can view later on, because this question is, it's critical time I'm talking. I am starting at around 3:30 morning, and I talk up to say 8 o'clock or around that. So it's critical time. People are not in weaving mode. But my constraint exists because one thing, it's fresh in morning, no disturbance from outside, and I am able to get signals continuously, and we have privilege that websites like Facebook do have provisions of live telecast. Previously I used to upload videos, but it was very time consuming job, so I stopped that futile activity, because first you have to record that video, then you have to upload that video. So recording time plus uploading time is double expenses, electrical as well as. So of course I'm not getting what I wanted to. I wanted to embed some documents also in this, share screen with you guys, but I tried that. There's some problem, I think technical problem on this website. I tried to share some documents. I made some trial. It didn't work. I have written to Facebook. What's problem? Check this. Or I'm not getting. I want to say share some documents with my colleagues, and then we talk onto them. But it didn't work. There was failure on that. So I'm also interested in solving that problem. If I am able to solve that problem, possibly in my image you will find those documents and background my speech or my talk, and then we'll see how it can be done. Otherwise I have to show exposure only here. I think because shrinking your hand it will not work. And I need hard copy of that. I don't want to take any hard prints of anything. It's waste of paper, and it's against the environment as well. So my dear friends, I'm saying everybody is engineer, millions of engineers, and engineers are part engineers, they're not full engineers, unfortunately. The structural engineers think they are engineers in structure, they are above being. There's a problem in engineering mindset. There's a problem in engineering mindset. I think it's a big problem. It should not be that, but it is. See, if you have extra education like ME, PhD, it's for you. It's for you and for your profession. You are not giving anything free for someone. You are lucky that you got those degrees because your family problems were not that much probably, or you had support of your parent. Some people have support, some people don't support. So you are one of those who are honest, who are lucky that you got into that position. But I am not lucky when I am standing in the sun and I am getting heat from sun. My dear friends, maybe you think I am boring you, but I am not boring you. I am trying to tell you facts. My concept is completely different. My only concept is deliver. That's it. Deliver, solve problems, solve problems, solve problems. You are engineered to solve problems, not to expose problems. And if you can't solve, there's no one can solve. Remember, you are exclusively problem solver. If you can't solve, no one can solve. This point engineers should understand. Don't depend upon others for your problems. Nobody will help you if you can't help yourself. Somebody thinks design is best, somebody thinks is best. Nothing is best, nothing is best, nothing is best. Everything is best. Everything is best. Every field is its own pluses and minuses. Why to compare like that? Everything is field in pluses and minuses. Wait a minute. There's some problem here. I go like some soft towel here. It's slipping away. I put this after the cooler. If you are able to solve problem, you can solve everything. You are engineer. Because engineering is a problem. Your drawing cannot solve that problem. There are so many problems in field, your technical education would solve nothing. If you keep researching on your books of field problems, you will not find answers. Books are certain, not uncertain. I'm not saying that. But problems are uncertain. Problems are ambiguous. When there's ambiguity, there's uncertainty, there's non-volatility. You cannot say engineering is that. Engineering is a group of all these. Is in engineering, if we say it should be certain, yes, there is uncertainty, of course. It should say that it should be clear, but there is ambiguity. Like that, plus and minus, it applies. You have to decide. You have to believe in ambiguity, or you have to believe in certainty. And if it doesn't exist, either you have to make uncertainty certain and ambiguity unambiguous, clear, positive, destinable. You have to do it. And if you can't, you can't. I don't want to waste your time. I had to explain you main thing. Abstract of my explanation is delivery. I tried to explain to you what is delivery, because you won't find that in books. Delivery. You are required by virtue of your professional assignment that you have to deliver. It may be design or it may be site work. If you are able to deliver in time with quality feedback, quality infill, you are professional. And if you cannot do that, you are not professional. It is combination of everything that the user must get delivered. That is only your working charter. Working charter of engineer. your working authority, your working privilege, that is chartered. And if you can't do that, you would fail. You will be unsuccessful. It depends upon you. How do you manage? That's what I say, management or organization. Engineering is having many organs. Design organ, quantification organ, planning organ, and you can say detailing organ, tendering organ, award organ, and all activities on site organ. Single mistake on site, can cause blunders. Can cause. It's just like that. You are driving car, you do not concentrate. What happens? Your concentration sometimes disturbed. You are a high-speed driver, 100 km per hour, 120 km per hour. You are fond of high speed, and little disturbance on your concentration can terminate your life and your car's life. Maybe your friends, your colleagues, your family members feel it, your lost life. They may feel your lost life, but because you're driving fast, they will also add to that. Why you was driving fast? Why was driving 120, 140? We could suffice in only in 80 or 6. So there would be a dent also, indent. Why were you driving 160, 140? You are driving with a better positive sense for your observers. Right. Well, gentlemen, I just want to tell you what's delivery. I'm not saying waste your time. Just change your mindset from what you think of. Take out from your mind what you want. Take out from your mind. Just keep in mind, I have to deliver this. I have to deliver this, and I would do every act that is required to deliver it on this day with this quality. That mindset changes your working. Because you have to deliver, you cannot sleep. Why do they? Why do they drink? Because they have no confidence in them. That's why they drink. That confidence is an earning. That confidence is life learned. That confidence is you have done job. We say this person is confident, and we say this person is lacking confidence. We say this person is confident. Why? Why do we say this person is confident? Because either we know that person, that he has done this job already, or we know his capability, that he can do it. And when we don't know someone, Because remember, a person who is confident shall never claim that he will do this job. He will keep patient. He will say, okay, I see, okay. But when a person says, oh, I have done so many jobs like this is nothing and do and that, and just raising voice, and do it, don't worry, leave it to me. I don't think that person is confident. Because hollow vessel sounds much. You know that phrase? And filled vessel, full vessel never sounds much. Oh. You know what happens when you go to site and check this plaster, plaster, air plaster, what we do? We sound like this by hammer or by sound like this. You know that? Why you sound like that? You sound like that because there are two types of sound. Solid means if one type of sound comes and a hollow ringing sound comes. Hollow ringing sound comes, and when it's filled in of type knot, that sound doesn't come. Ringing sound doesn't come. So we say this hollow and this ringing sound, and we say it's okay, fine, there's no as such sound. So packed vessel doesn't sound. Hollow vessel sounds. So packed person was packed with experience. He says, okay, we'll see. We'll try, that's it. Not shouting, nothing. Means that person stands still in his act and decisive in approach. Other person is just shouting, racing, with no explanation. No, leave it to me, I'll do it. And if you ask that person much more about that, okay, I'll tell you tomorrow. Oh, let me give time, 2 days, I'll explain to you. This is the difference. That person who is hollow vessel only sounds, and vessel which is filled does not sound. That's a difference only. Engineering is required in life, and if there is absence of engineering, you will find absence of life. Because engineering gives you life, gives you house, gives you infrastructure, gives you machines, and gives you comfortable and useful life. While absence of engineering means you have to stay in forest, you have to stay in jungle, you have to stay in open. That's the difference. Those skies are a roof, that is imaginary roof. Real roof is my home. Because it protects me from impact of nature, from impact of weather. It protects me. So just like my skin protects me, I have to consider that. Those people who do not want to understand what is delivery, they are not engineers. They are only liability on engineering. And moreover, until you don't have clear concept, do not attempt any activity. Experiment is our thing, If you are experimenting, that's okay. I'm not stopping that. Research or experience, if it's a research activity, that's fine. If you are testing material, that's the fine. But if you are applying, you know what will happen, then until you are clear of that, and particularly in our country, you will not find any technical answer from any company and manufacturer. So I won't suggest. Here I don't find, if you just example, you want to talk to some chemical manufacturer about something, I want to know about this material, or I have this application on site, I have to do this activity on site. Please suggest me which material is best for me and how to do that. That person should talk to you, but you won't get any, you won't get any satisfactory, reliable explanation from that person, and ultimately he will leave you to, okay, you can go to our website and see additional information. And you won't find anything special on that website except what that person told you. This means you have to decide yourself, which is not professional practice. If that manufacturer can't tell me how this product works, this means that item is deficient, it's not complete item. If you talk to them, why don't you explain this? They see everything is given there, you find there, and I asked them, you are paid, same thing, can you speak in UAE or in Saudi Arabia? Oh, there we are paid much for that. So it comes at payment. This means delivery is a problem. Delivery is a questionable. Delivery is questionable because you are not able to give me a solution. So how can delivery work? And engineering means solution, nothing else. A problem exists, you have to solve that. That is engineering. Simple definition is that. Problem human faces should be solved. That is engineering. Basics is that. Then after that you can branch it out to whatever it is. Now I will stop the discussion here because if we keep on talking like that, we don't know what time we have taken or gone. Already have taken more than 1.5 hours on this. I like to shift to other material, and that is, I'll take up general, as I said, this application of I think general section 1. We were talking yesterday. I'll come back to that. Something we want to finish at least. So it is now section 1. I'll open that. Okay, and bam. Come on, Chip, come on. Where are you? Cooperate. Come, where are you? Yeah, it's opened. Yes, this is now. If I'm able to get clear answer from Facebook regarding this, I'll try to share this screen with you of these files. Till now I'm not sure. I can share only document without video. I mean to say, I can make a video separately for that document and not follow my talk. If I can't get any answer or any change in this technical problem, correct, set right, if that is right, I'll be back with you after some days, and when talking I'll share those documents, this file and many files, and not otherwise I'll share those. Already these files are available. If you see URL of my Facebook video, text is there and all URLs are shown of whatever documents are available. So you'll find that document there too. Now we are saying yesterday we talked of this file. Now I'll go to, it's a dewatering actually we are talking, I remember. We talked to dewatering, and dewatering we are talking. He has completed supervision consultants, etc. Which is very important, dewatering that was doing. I can't see my problem is I can't see this. Yes, it's now dewatering techniques. So training requirements, I start again for dewatering. It's interesting, one more problem. Let's see, construction dewatering. Yes, construction dewatering is there. Yes, it's construction dewatering here. Just a minute, excuse me, I will go for half a minute to see how weather is. Because weather is a big problem these days, and it's really a problem. Okay, dear friends, I'm back again. It's no rain yet. I was expecting it was rain, I thought that. Sometimes I am speaking wrong, don't mind it, because I am not used to conversations these days. And if I talk, I should talk in professional way. I'm not talking, nonsense is that actually. Dewatering. This is part 24. I discussed yesterday. I repeat because so I can say I can start today. Yesterday I just stopped. In this indexes, this construction dewatering title is construction dewatering, and there is a scope in this. General one is then requirements, then all like this, The one is general, then there's requirement, there's dewatering technique, and after that is other treatment, and after that is other treatment. And so let us say what is general. In general there is scope, we'll see that. In requirements there's current procedure requirements, relevant Qatar laws and regulations, EIA requirements, air quality standards, noise standards, discharge to surface and groundwater network standards, environmental impact assessment, and geotechnical and geoengineering, geoenvironment study requirements, existing groundwater monitoring documents, and risk assessment of construction and dewatering. And there is the dewatering monitoring plan and training requirements. Then is dewatering techniques and construction dewatering methods, guidelines, sump pits, well system, deep wells and then deep wells and ditches or French drains, cut-off excavation barriers, dewatering effluent treatment, settlement tank types, other tank sites. Other treatments are silt and fine-grained soils, contamination of groundwater, and then disposal options are discharge to sea, and that is discharge to sea via subsurface and groundwater network, district to discharge to sea, and then discharge to lagoons, discharge by injection to deep groundwater aquifer, deep well injection, groundwater recycle and reuse on site, integrated management of construction dewatering and construction environmental management plan, and that is CMP, and monitoring plan, training plan, order control, health and safety considerations, site investigation, design considerations, housekeeping considerations. Then there's appendices. Now we say construction dewatering. General we start with. In the scope it is, this part specifies general procedures and requirements for construction dewatering. It should be noted that legislative requirements, standards and requirements detailed in this part are minimum standards, and methods should be employed with intent to continually improve on these standards. Related parts and sections are as follows, and that is earthwork and mechanical and electrical equipment. Now requirements are current procedural requirements. What are these? There are 4 types of construction dewatering disposal options that require licensing in Qatar as follows. A is discharge to sea via surface and groundwater network. Licensing authority should be Ashghal and MOE, Ministry of Environment. Ashghal is civil body there. Then B, direct discharge to sea. If discharge is pumped directly to sea, then Ministry of Environment should be licensing authority. Then number 1 in this is discharge to lagoon, totally covered with geotextile from all sides. This method of discharge or disposal requires a license from Ministry of Environment. And then another one is discharge to lagoon not covered. This method of disposal requires a license from MOE, Ministry of Environment. And C is discharge through deep well injection. This method of disposal requires a license from Ministry of Environment. Now we go to next one, relevant Qatari laws and regulations. Relevant Qatari laws and regulations. List of parameters required by MOE, as Ministry of Environment, for dewatering permit is included in Appendix A together with Annex 4 of Law 30 of 2002, which specifies limits for discharge water into marine environment, refer to Appendix A. Annex controls parameter of pollutants in water disposed to marine environment, whether via surface and groundwater network or direct discharge to sea. Annex control of parameters controls parameters of pollutants in water disposed to marine environment, whether surface and groundwater network or direct discharge to sea. If construction dewatering effluent is discharged to foul network, discharging party is liable to having committed a criminal offense. In case of illegal discharge to surface and groundwater network, discharge party shall be subjected to legal actions taken by licensing authority. And second was, if construction dewatering effluent is discharged to foul network, discharge party is liable to having committed a criminal offence. Now, EIA requirement. EIA environmental approvals from MOE as per Article 7 of Law number 30 of 2002. Air quality standards. Air quality standards. Air quality standards are controlled by Law number 30 of 2002 under Annex 3/1. Standard application to dewatering activities may include following: maximum limits of air pollutants allowed for emissions from movable sources and ambient air quality standards. Noise standards. Noise levels are also controlled by Qatari legislation under number 30 of 2002 Annex 2F. Now, discharge to surface and groundwater network standards. Executive bylaws of Environment Protection Law issued under Ordinance Law number 30 of 2002, Annex number 4, criteria and specifications of hazardous materials when disposed of in water environment MOE regulations. Environment Impact Assessment EIA. Sorry. For projects requiring an EIA environmental impact assessment at design stage, EIA should be carefully reviewed by design consultant contractor. EIA should be forwarded to MOE. This is for their approval and for issuing relevant environmental permit. Where available, EIA shall contain details of geotechnical surveys, including groundwater, adopted from previously mentioned report. Although EIA may not directly contribute to construction dewatering design, it shall document possible contamination in area and environmental constraints, and should therefore be considered when preparing construction dewatering application papers. Existing contamination or potential for contamination should be carefully considered and must be taken into account when dewatered groundwater is tested for compliance. Again I say, Sorry. Although EIA, that's environmental impact assessment, may not directly contribute to construction dewatering design, it shall document possible contamination in area and environmental constraints and should therefore be considered when preparing construction dewatering application papers. Existing contamination or potential for contamination should be carefully considered and okay. Now, let us say existing contamination or potential for contamination should be carefully considered and must be taken into account when dewatered groundwater is tested for compliance. To ensure that dewatering systems are designed to maximize environmental protection and to assist in expediting license approval processes, above investigations shall be taken into consideration as early as in project as possible and included when applying for contractor. To ensure that dewatering systems are designed to maximize the environment's protection and to assist in expediting license approval process, above investigations shall be taken into consideration as early in project as possible and included their message. Now, geotechnical and geo-environmental study requirements. Geotechnical and geo-environmental study requirements. Waiting for a while. I can put this down and put that down for 5 minutes. After award of contract to party and prior to obtaining discharge permit, it requires by contract that if required by contract or requested by engineer, contractor shall carry out a geotechnical and geoengineering investigation in order to confirm geotechnical and environmental conditions on site and groundwater levels. Geotechnical and environmental study must as a maximum identify soil types, soil types, permeability and groundwater hydrology, and required drawdown for construction activities. This study is required if area is suspected of contamination of, or if EIA and at design stage has indicated existence of contamination. Okay. So geotechnical and geoengineering study must, as a minimum, identify soil type. Geotechnical and geo-environment study must, as a minimum, identify soil types, permeability, groundwater hydrology, and required drawdown for construction activities. Which study is required if area is suspected for contamination, or if EIA at design stage has indicated existence of contamination. Output of geotechnical and geo-environment study should include, as a minimum, following items. Number 1, time. Time required for construction dewatering and the flow rate of dewatering discharge. So time required for construction dewatering and flow rate of dewatering discharge. Required drawdown and method of construction dewatering based on all above findings. Assist in approval process. All of above information must be provided in application for discharge. I'm taking some air, please don't mind, because my fan is below and I was sweating on my legs. To assist in the approval process, all of above information must be provided in application for discharge. It's important to note that requirements of geotechnical and geoenvironmental study are completely subject to project settings, types of contamination, and MOE specific requirements of each project. Existing groundwater monitoring documents. Okay, sorry, little, weather conditions are not very good, so excuse me for little laziness, little, very, very bad weather, no AC with me, I don't want AC here, so it's my little requirement meanwhile to get some air because humidity is high. No problem, let us go move. So I say all groundwater information gathered during studies by contractor are to be submitted to SQL for reference and inclusion in country database. Collection of this information is paramount to continuous improvement of government information database. And before this was, it is contractor's responsibility to ensure he has been providing latest existing groundwater level information from Ashkel and also yes. Okay, now we go to information should be used by contract light. Risk assessment of construction dewatering. Risk assessment. How we do that? Risk assessment. It is important to note that risks are site specific and depend on intent of contractor. Contractor is responsible for developing, implementing and managing a risk management system and conducting a risk assessment in terms of dewatering activities and otherwise on site. Risk management system and risk assessment shall be submitted to engineer for approval within 30 days of contract award. Risk management and risk assessment group. Risk assessment in this instance can be defined as identification and characterization of nature of existing and existing and potential adverse effects of I'm not able to do this thing correctly. So risk assessment in this instance can be defined as identification and characterization of nature of existing and potential adverse effects to humans and environment resulting from dewatering activities employed on site. Risk is a function of probability of an event occurring and degree of damage that would result should it happen. Risk is a function of probability of an event occurring and degree of damage that would result should it happen. Details and information gathered during concept design and associated sub-studies, that is geotechnical, groundwater and environment, are required or needed to assess risks associated with proposed activities. Assessment allows significant risks to be identified so that they can be target for action. Initial risk assessment needs also be regularly reviewed and shall become an integral part of construction environment management plan. This includes a review of existing risk and identification of new risks detected through surveillance or monitoring program. To conduct risk assessment, contractors should undertake following key steps. Information gathering, that is, a risk assessment requires information about site conditions. Then risk identification. Hazard identification involves identification of risk hazards that could lead to an adverse effect on receiving environment and or health and safety. Say it again. Hazard identification involves identification of risks or hazards and could lead to an adverse effect on receiving environment and or health and safety. Risk analysis. Risk analysis considers likelihood of risk being realized. Consequence analysis. Consequence analysis determines effect on environment and health and safety should a risk be realized. Overall risk is a function of likelihood of likelihood of activity or event causing environment harm or impacting on health and safety, and consequences should that risk be realized. Risks are then ranked according to their magnitude and mitigation strategies developed. Objective of this process is to identify rank of all potential risks that may arise from dewatering of construction site, and then reduce risks to acceptable levels by implementing a suitable method of dewatering and or action plan. Risks generally associated with dewatering activities on site include but not limited to following: A. Soil and slope stability and soil erosion due to dewatering activities. B. Soil contamination soil contamination, whether contamination exists in project area prior to commencement of construction or is caused by dewatering activities. Change of groundwater properties due to dewatering practices. Excessive abstraction, that is dewatering of groundwater, which affects nearby groundwater related activities. So I say excessive abstraction, that is dewatering of groundwater which affects nearby groundwater related activities, health and safety related issues, and risks associated with impacts of dewatering activities on surrounding environment and sensitive receptors. Risk associated with failure of dewatering system of disposal methods. Dewatering monitoring plan. Dewatering monitoring plan. Dewatering monitoring plan when dewatering activities are included within project site, contractor shall prepare a dewatering monitoring plan as detailed below. And what is that? Monitoring plan, that is dewatering monitoring plan, shall be submitted to engineer for approval with 30 days of contract award. Hell with it here. Monitoring plan will assist licensing authority as well as contractors in keeping track of dewatering activities on site and identify corrective actions to be carried out. Monitoring plan can also assist in identifying liability issues concerned with reported dewatering problems and accidents. Outline and components of monitoring plan are as follows. Now, identification of opportunities to reuse diverting effluent on site in order to reduce amount of disposed effluent. Dewatering techniques being employed on site. Disposal methods employed on site and relevant monitoring plan to ensure compliance with discharge limits. Disposal methods employed on site and relevant monitoring plan to ensure compliance and discharge limits, copy of discharge limits, and roles and responsibilities of environment advisor on site. Roles and responsibilities have to be clearly defined when designing a dewatering system. These roles and responsibilities are to be submitted as an essential element to satisfy construction environmental management plan requirements when applying for dewatering effluent discharge permit. Now, Appendix B for an example of inspection sheets for dewatering process. Now, training requirements. Training requirements. Contractor shall prepare a construction dewatering training plan submitted along with necessary documentation for discharge permit. Construction dewatering training plan shall be submitted to engineer for approval within 30 days of contract award. Training requirement. Contractor shall prepare a construction dewatering training plan submitted along with necessary documentation for a discharge permit. Construction dewatering training plan shall be submitted to engineer for approval within 30 days of contract award. Training plan shall assist licensing authority in evaluating level of knowledge passed on to contractors staff. Training plan shall assist licensing authority in evaluating level of knowledge passed on to contractors' staff and is therefore an indirect indication on how well the dewatering process is being executed. Components of submitted training plan are detailed below. Integration of construction dewatering training into training plan of contractor is essential to introduce all staff to construction dewatering related information. So it is the integration of construction dewatering training into training plan of contractors, essential to introduce all staff to construction dewatering related information. It's recommended that information on dewatering equipment and related emergencies are included in training provided to staff and entering or working on site. Training for all staff does not have to be comprehensive, however should include basic items such as brief explanation of construction dewatering purpose and introduction to dewatering equipment, inclusions, pipe potholes. Introduction to dewatering equipment, inclusion of photos in training presentation. Health and safety related documents or concerns, education on now groundwater information. Let's say construction dewatering method guidelines. Design of effective construction dewatering method should be based on number of information sources. Geotechnical and groundwater site investigation undertaken at commencement of any project. Information provided by geotechnical study undertaken during concept design stage if applicable. Groundwater information source from relevant authorities and a site risk assessment. No. Contractor's choice of dewatering method shall depend primarily on soil type. On soil type. What is that? Permeability and amount of groundwater to be removed whilst Now come on to this one. I'm going very slow because this is very critical method. The watering is not easy. We have to understand clear concept of this. Contractor's choice of the watering method shall depend primarily on soil type and permeability and amount of groundwater to be removed. Whilst contractors shall be trying to find most cost effective method of the watering based on geotechnical report, he shall implement most effective dewatering method which minimizes environmental damage, protects health and safety of let us repeat because sometimes it's not clear. So repetition is important. Light is off. Power gone. I think it's raining. That's why light is off. Raining again, what to do? Let me do something for raining. Wait a minute. I'll see if there's my drain chalked or not. Hold on for a minute. And that's dangerous one. Hold on please for a moment, I will come back. What to do? No way out. I have to do this myself. Hold on please. No light. Sorry, not to do rain. No light and rain. My clothes also got wet. Sorry. So let's say it's important Contractor choice of dewatering method shall depend primarily on soil type and permeability and amount of groundwater to be removed, while contractor shall be trying to find most cost-effective method. Most cost-effective method of dewatering based on geotechnical report shall implement most effective dewatering method which minimizes environmental damages, protects health and safety of on-site personnel and meets all legislative discharge limits. It's important to note that if contamination exists in areas, all precautions need be implemented. Contamination shall be dealt with in coordination with MOE by safe disposal in designated areas per Environment Law number 30 of 2002. Figure below demonstrates range of common dewatering technique whilst accounting for soil permeability and drawdown, and that is where we have to see what figure is saying. It's a very important point. Figure is saying, and let us see what does it mean. Now this figure says that what it says, should I show you? This is dewatering is not feasible is written here, and this is permeability per second. Those one line is permeability meters per second, and other one is drawdown, and drawdown is 20 10 0 is rising from ground, reducing from lower drawdown millimeter, and then there is dewatering is not feasible and may not be necessary. And ejectors are here, single stage well point and two stage well points or deep wells like that. Single stage well point and the sump pump here, and excessive seepage flow cutoff or wet excavation may be necessary. And this is, if you see chart, now this title of this is range of application of pumped well groundwater control techniques. This is range of application of pumped well groundwater control techniques. Source is Prina M. Roberts, T. Cowrie, W. Dyer, MR 2000, Groundwater Control Designs and Practices, Syria, CIRIA, C1515, London, Syria. Now, let me do one thing. I'll take photograph of this for you probably. That will be better just in the time. Let's see what to do with this. And hold on, please. Go. Light's not there. Maybe I continue for a while. And this is now let us see how can I take this one. If I take this way, it's fine, or that way is fine. Let me see. How big is this? The fucking yeah. Which one is it? I don't know which one is it. Nonsense. What is this coming here? I took some photograph. Something else has come. Where is that? Oh no, something is wrong somewhere. It's today's photo. Can I take like this or like that? You know? Yes, I'm taking. it today. No, I think I deleted that. Okay, I'll take that one now. So it's now here. Let us see. So I've taken this photo. I'll show it to you now. So let me show you this now. So gentlemen, this is here now. This is a photograph here. You can see here, if you see down, this is permitted value, and there's a drawdown in y-axis, and you can see first from distance. This is photo here, and you move forward. On left side is given dewatering not feasible, and I will speak that. I'm just showing you this now. It's a diagram. This is number one. Top is here. That possibility is pump here, and this is single stage well point. Other one is, second is well point. It is, dewatering deep well, and then there's here excavation, seepage, excessive seepage, cutoff, etc. So given. I will speak that one. I'm just showing this photograph to you. What's given in this file. So I speak it now for you. So let's speak about this now. Okay. So it says, यार चल रहा क्यों तंग कर रहे हैं मेरे को यार, बड़ी गर्मी पड़ी है. So this is range of application. This title is range of application of pumped valve water control techniques, and sources I told you before. Now this diagram on an x-axis says permeability meters per second. That is, starts with 10 to power minus 9 meters per second, then is 10 to power minus 7, and then is 10 to power minus 5, 10 to power minus 3, and 10 to power minus 1. This is on x-axis, and then it is a drawdown, that is in meters. Now at 0 it is 20, then it goes up 10 meters, and then up top is 0. Now dewatering is not feasible and may not be necessary. Then there are ejectors after that, and in third column it is sump pump in first curve, then single stage well point in second sector of curves, and two stage well points or deep water, the deep wells in third one, then deep wells, and in end there is sump pump, and that is written there, I told you. Then there is excessive seepage flow, cutoff or wet excavation may be necessary. And if you go further over there, this is this diagram. Then it says now after point 4, which was figure below, demonstrates range of common dewatering techniques whilst accounting for soil permeability and drawdown. And now 5.5 says, as soon as seen in above figure, choice of dewatering method depends on required drawdown. Choice of dewatering method depends on required drawdown. Drawdown, you know what I mean? You understand drawdown? The fall of water in a curve here. This is a drawdown. As seen as about the choice of dewatering method depends on required drawdown and permeability. Permeability, flow of water through pores, and that's called permeability. So drawdown and permeability, required drawdown and permeability. Dewatering method depends on these two parameters. How much is drawdown and what's value of permeability? Higher permeability means higher dewatering, and higher drawdown means higher flow of water from there. Drawdown is determined during design stage of structures and groundwater investigation stage at start of project, and permeability is tested during geotechnical investigation stage. Now number 6 point says, after drawdown is determined, when we have non-drawdown, contractor shall choose method of dewatering based on permeability of soil. Method can vary during stages of project depending on required drawdown. A shaded area near method's boundaries indicates that choice can overlap, and then contractor can decide between two or more options. Then point 7 is filtering and filling materials. Filtering and filling materials of aggregate is required by most dewatering methods. Therefore, when required, aggregates to be used shall be free draining, washed and free of debris, organic or non-organic. Preference is for a single-sized aggregate less than 10% fines. Whilst range of dewatering practices varies across sites depending on their size, construction depth and site conditions. Most commonly used methods of dewatering in Qatar are indicated below. Each method's use depends on the requirements and stage of projects. So let us see what methods are. Now is some pits. How it works, let us see. It's 2 hours 45 minutes, so we have plenty of time, but light doesn't exist. That's the problem. Is no light means how can I do? Well, sump pits method is simplest form of dewatering system on a construction site. It is shown in your diagram. You can see this I referred to. On top of third column is sump pit. Sump pit method is simplest form of dewatering system on construction site. Sump pits are generally utilized as a quick, least cost solution and can be seen to be used at start of projects as excavation stage commences. Provided with an aggregate lining as aggregate lining per O&M requirements, sump pits can be an effective means of filtering groundwater, unless sump pit can be an effective means of filtering groundwater unless groundwater has come into contact with silt and or limestone, which usually results in reportedly high turbidity. If soil has silty characteristics, it's recommended that proper installation of geotextile and aggregates in sump pits be implemented in order to improve quality of dewatering effluent and significantly decrease turbidity. Second is well system. This was sump pits for sandy soil or for silty soil with geotextile like that. So now it is well system. Now well, most common practice of dewatering used in Qatar is implementation of a well system. Wells are systematically drilled Wells are systematically drilled around construction area and submersible pumps placed into these wells. This practice appears to work effectively for many projects, especially those building projects that require excavations for deep basements. Now, deep wells. Deep wells are rarely used in Qatar. Deep wells are usually equipped with filter packs and submersible pumps, and are operated using a control cabin. Although not found to be present in Qatar at present, deep wells have unlimited drawdown. They require a minimum spacing of 10 meters and have far greater efficiency. Now, ditches, French drains. Ditches and French drains. Ditches and French drains, commonly known as trenches in construction projects in Qatar, also used on Qatar's construction sites. Ditches are formed in a pre-planned manner, allowing groundwater flow to surface in deeper level trenches. Ditches are formed in a pre-planned manner, allowing groundwater flow to surface in deeper level trenches. Perforated pipes are then placed in trenches and groundwater extracted through these pipelines to be filtered. These trenches were particularly common in infrastructure network projects. Graded aggregates and geotextile layers to be used when laying out pipeline. Let me repeat this as a language problem in this. Ditches and French drains, commonly known as trenches in construction project in Qatar, are also used on Qatar's construction site. Ditches are formed in a pre-planned manner, allowing groundwater flow to surface in deeper level trenches. Perforated pipes are then placed in trenches and groundwater extracted through these pipelines to be filtered. These trenches were particularly common in infrastructure network projects. Now, graded aggregates and geotextile layer to be used when laying out pipelines. Cut off excavation barriers. Cut-off excavation barriers. Cut-off barriers are designed to limit and or control groundwater entering construction site. Cut-off barriers are designed to limit and or control groundwater entering construction site from a neighboring property. An assessment of groundwater infiltration is required to determine to what extent barriers are required and how they are constructed. Commonly used excavation barriers in Qatar include structural concrete walls or secant piles. Both techniques are applicable to most types of soil and provide slope stability for deep excavated areas. Dewatering effluent treatment. dewatering effluent treatment, settlement tank. Dewatering effluent treatment, settlement tank types, then tank size and other treatment. Let us see. Settlement tank. Settlement tank is most common and most effective methods of treatment in Qatar. Settlement tank is primarily used to maximize distance that effluent has to travel prior to reaching discharge point and therefore increasing settlement efficiency. All projects in Qatar which apply for a discharge permit are obtained to provide a settlement tank. When choosing settlement tank, choice should be based on following factors: type of soil to be dewatered, flow rate, quantity and frequency, possible peak factors flows, retention time required for solid to settle. This shall also be based on soil type. Settlement tank types. Common types of water tanks. Common types of water tanks used are regular tank and V-notch tanks, 30 degrees, 60 degrees and 90 degrees. V-notch tanks serve to accelerate passing of effluent through tank. For safety purpose, it recommended it's recommended that tanks be suitably covered with top cover or specifically to ensure unauthorized access is not permitted. It's important to note that sometimes these tanks are used on site as a discharge tank. Therefore, it's important that tanks are used as settlement tanks and be marked clearly as such. Then tank size. What should be tank size? In order to make a decision on tank size, volume of tanks to be estimated for below put equations. Volume calculated depends primarily on retention time of water in tank and flow rate of discharge. Now equation is the tank volume and tank depth. Tank volume is Q into T, where V is volume, Q is expected flow rate in meter cube per hour and T is retention period. We got V equal to QT, so volume equal to expected flow rate per hour into time. Then tank depth is D equal to V over A is volume and A is Yeah, it is equal to VA. V is volume divided by A. A is surface area meter square. V is volume and D is depth. So these are simple formula you can say. It's important to note that these equations are to be used as a guide only, but do provide a basis for calculating a minimum tank size required based on flow rate provided by contractors. For fine-grained type of soils, it's preferred to have secondary method of treatment as given below or detailed below, and that is now here. Other treatment for the site silt and fine-grained soils. For removal of silt and fine-grained suspended particles, inexpensive methods can be effectively applied. Dewatering tank for removal of silt, sand, silt and fine-grained suspended particles. Following inexpensive method can be effectively applied. It's really interesting. Don't know. But lights still off. It's at 6:28. I can't move for 1 hour more, I think. Let's try how much I can move. So many hours now it's around 3 hours, so I can't move for 1 more hour. I don't think I can. If rain continues, they won't give light. That's the problem. It's wind also, I think. Yes, it's wind outside. Wind is there. Then we go and see. Just half minute more. I'll come back. 20 seconds. Let me see. Is it in bad weather? Let me have closed down. Raining and thunder, raining both. No problem. Let's do what we can do. It's not my hands. For removal of silt and fine-grained suspended particles, following inexpensive methods can be effectively applied. Dewatering tank. One is dewatering tank, and is a gravity bag filter, and third is slurry water. Let us see one by one. Dewatering tank. A dewatering tank can remove sediments, sand, silt, and visible oil. Dewatering tank is equipped with a fabric filter. Flow passes through filter before being discharged at bottom end of tank. Tank can be used in addition to weir tank or any other treatment method. It is portable. It's portable, it's inexpensive, and many types of filter clothes can be used. Yet the watering tanks should be subject to periodically cleaning based on visual inspection or reduced flow through lifting sand and silt from tank. Dewatering tanks should be subject to periodic cleaning based on visual inspection or reduced flow through lifting sand and silt from tank. Gravity bed filter, also known as dewatering bag, is made of geotextile fabric that can filter out silt and fine-grained soil particles. This filter is easy to install, inexpensive, and becomes more effective as sediment builds up inside bag. The type of bag used should be selected based on flow rates of discharge and permeability of soil. This method is to be used as a secondary treatment for groundwater if requires continuous monitoring to avoid hose failure, particularly if sediment builds up in a manner that interfaces with acquisition of a reasonable flow rate discharge. Gravity bag filter does not require cleaning as it is disposable filter. Filter is to be disposed of in accordance with waste management guidelines of project. Filter is to be replaced when it starts passing solids or blocks passing of water at a rate that is adequate. Slurry water. Drilling slurry muds containing substantial quantities of organic liquids and water soluble salts are treated to render them environmentally acceptable for disposal. Now, slurry water. Slurry water occurrence is common during dewatering process in Qatar, while there is filtration equipment and water treatment technology available to treat slurry water. These are best used in countries with a different climate to that Qatar's. Best option for treating slurry by filtration is using a centrifugal filter. However, as previously mentioned, this is not preferable to be used in Qatar as slurry can be dried easily in a more environmentally friendly manner. It's also important to note that even when treatment equipment is used for resulting silt will have to be disposed at a licensed landfill, along with having to dispose of equipment at its end of service life. If silt contains hazardous material, then a license should be issued from MOE per procedures detailed in Annex 7.2 of Qatar Law of Environment. Copy of procedure together with forms of application is provided in Appendix C. And if silt has no hazardous materials, license shall be issued from concerned municipality. To eliminate issues with incompatible equipment and hot climates, it is recommended that treatment methods be designed to manage slurry either on site by drawing first instance before transfer to landfill or by transfer to landfill directly. Conventional drying process comprises laying out of slurry. Conventional drying process comprises laying out of slurry and mud on an air permeable drying bed lined with suitable materials. Drying process must come to final environmental considerations. A. Amount of slurry generated must not exceed capacity of spreading system. And B. Drying process must not impose nuisance or emit odor. Drying process must not impose health and safety risks. Amount of slurry generated must not exceed capacity of spreading system, and drying process must not impose nuisance or emit odor. Drying process must not impose health and safety risks. Choice of drying process, whether by using a centrifuge machines or drying lagoon, is subject to project settings and expected amount of slurry to be generated. Choice of drying process, okay, whether by using a centrifuge machine or drying lagoon, is subject to project settings and expected amount of slurry to be generated. And slurry handling process is submitted with the watering permit application. If generation of slurry is expected to occur. Contamination of groundwater. Contamination of groundwater. Time waste is nothing else. Take some water before doing something else. What to do with weather is sometimes very bad, sometimes good. Bad weather is causing virus. Because of humidity increases, and humidity means life for virus. Contamination of groundwater. That's a very important point. Contamination of groundwater. In event of discovering and contamination of receiving environment, such as groundwater by dewatering effluent, contractors are obliged to report discovery to licensing authority, ASHGAL or MOE in both. And effluent is to be dealt with per Construction Environmental Management Plan, CEMP, Construction Environment Management Plan. Samples of groundwater should be taken and tested. Reasonable suspicion can be established by one of following methods. A. What is that? A. Possible history of contamination in area, such as prior land use, namely petrol station, or area is known to have septic tank issues. So it must be contaminated. B. EIA, if there is an EIA prepared for project, previous EIA, it should be reviewed and approved by MOE in order to eliminate possibility of contamination. If EIA indicates presence of contamination, contractor is obliged to report findings to MOE for their feedback and test for types of contamination detected in EIA. Contractors shall use following water quality assessment to establish possibility of contamination in area. What are these assessments? Let us see. Water quality assessments. It says there is a block here which has water quality assessment information. It says following questions provide initial assessment of quantity of water to be discharged from dewatering operation. Now, common sense test, then there is sight test, and there is smell test. So 3 tests are given here. Let's see what are these. Common sense test. It says 2 points, and sight test has 1 point, and smell test has 1 point. Now, point number 1 in common sense, what it says: review project records. Alright, that's okay. Common sense. Is there some reason to suspect that water may be polluted by something other than sediment? No or yes, you have to answer. Then second is water located in area of known contamination? Answer is no or yes. So this query is that. The other one is the sight test. This was common sense and no sight test. Does water have an abnormal visual feature such as circle? Does water have an abnormal visual feature such as circle? Oily sheen, floating foam, murky appearance, usual color, other. This is sight test. We feel sight means SIGHT, sight by eyes. You can see, does water have an abnormal visual feature such as circle, or only sheen, oily sheen, floating foam, murky appearance, the unusual color, other. Then smell test. Does water have an odor? No or yes? You have to answer yes. Then possible odors include gasoline, petroleum, ammonia, sewage, etc. Then you can say, if you answered yes to any of above questions, explain. If you answered yes to any of questions in assessment or suspect that water contains pollutants other than sediments, contact engineer for assistance with additional testing and management options. Water quality assessments. Water quality assessments, this is adopted from source, and that source may be someone, let's say Office of Environment Engineering, this is source, Office of Environmental Engineering, California, Department of Transportation, Caltrans Field Guide to Construction Site Dewatering USA 2001, and in the event of discovering groundwater contamination, contractor is obliged to report discovery to engineer and licensing authority, MOE ESTL, and effluent is to be dealt with per construction environmental management plan or as directed by engineer. Now, disposal options. Qatar construction sites use four common means of disposal, namely A. Discharge to sea via surface and groundwater network, as we discussed before, or B. Direct discharge to sea, we discussed before, as C. A and B discharge to lagoon, totally covered by geotextile from all sides, or B. Discharge to lagoon not covered, and D. Discharge by injection to deeper groundwater aquifer, injection by to deeper groundwater aquifer, deep well injection. Following section discusses options available in Qatar in terms of dewatering effluent disposal and describes best option depending on circumstances of project. Discharge to sea, let us see. Let us discharge to sea via surface and groundwater network. Discharge to sea. No light yet. लाइट दे दो भैया उस टाइम के लिए. Okay. Discharge to sea via surface and groundwater network. Disposal of dewatering effluents to surface and groundwater network is most common practice in Qatar. Surface and groundwater network eventually leads to outfalls that discharge to sea. Surface and groundwater network eventually leads to outfalls that discharge to sea. So disposal of dewatering effluent to surface and groundwater network is most effective, common practice in Qatar. First it leads to surface and groundwater network, eventually leads to outfalls that discharge to sea. Disposal to network directly via pipelines or via tankers depends on availability of surface and groundwater network in project area. Surface and groundwater network is an acceptable option for disposal given that contractor is also reusing and efficient effluent on site where possible. If contractor chooses to discharge to surface and groundwater network, obtaining a license from Ashkel is required to allow discharge of groundwater to surface and groundwater network. License from Ministry of Environment is also required through submission of an environment permit application. Main measurements of flow rate must be undertaken in order to monitor discharge flow and ensure that it's within limits provided to licensing authority appendix A for discharge limits. Contractor must provide licensing authority with maximum expected flow rate, that is peak flow, and expected average flow rate in order to avoid back flooding when flows exceeds capacity of manhole assigned to contractor. Therefore, contractor should install a flow meter at construction site in order to measure quantities of groundwater flow. Contractor should also notify licensing authority of peak flows are expected to be raised immediately. क्या करें यार. It's 6:53. देखते हैं कब था यार. Contractor must provide licensing authority with maximum capacity flow rate, peak flow, and expected average flow rate in order to avoid backflooding when flow exceeds capacity of manhole assigned to contractors, and therefore contractor should install a flow meter at construction site in order to measure quantities of groundwater flow. Now, contractor should also notify licensing authority if peak flow are expected to be reached frequently during winter season, particularly when heavy rain is forecast, so as to avoid penalties if manhole backflows or backfloods. If contractor is operating from an area which is not served by surface and groundwater network and determines that most cost-effective solution is to use tankers to transport dewatering effluent to nearest assigned manhole, contractors then obliged to provide a brief statement demonstrating traffic impacts caused by their tankers. If resultant traffic impact proves to be significant, the contractor is either to consider other options of disposal or retain dewatering effluent on site and then transport effluent when traffic is less congested, therefore minimize traffic impacts. Now, in event that tankers are used to transport the watering effluent, tankers are used to transport the watering effluent in order to monitor discharge to surface and groundwater network contractors record particulars associated with its role such as installing a flow meter at construction site in order to measure quantities of groundwater flow, record of tankers coming to and leaving site, namely registration, plate number, capacity, records of water quantity. Then volume of effluent transported. Recording of tanker movement is in addition to installation of a meter on water sediments. So volumes of fluid transported. Now, a recording of tankers movements is in addition to installation of a meter on over sediment tank. When applying for discharge permit, following documents are required. While applying for the record of tanker movement is in addition to installation of a meter on where sediment tanks. When applying for discharge permit, following documents are required. Now we'll list this document. What are these? A. Official letters from company addressed to manager of drainage networks, O&M department, assistant affairs. Ashkum includes start and end date of watering works and method of stone estimates of watering. Difficult sometimes. Let me see. What's position of scanning? Let me see that because scanning is also going on. Let's see how scanning is working. If scanning is while with that scanning, I don't want to break in between. No, scanning is full. It's okay. Scanning is done. So let us see how far can I move. Fine. It's no rain now, but no light. Again rain. I have this voice of rain. No problem. We'll see how much. It depends on time. Sometimes it's in your favor, sometimes not for to do. So it's then now official letter from company addressed to very bad weather. Very black sky, then breach, and I think it will heavily rain. Let me finish it. I think it's better. (3:34). So let us finish this after some time. I'll take up later in the evening. Not here. Okay. Official letter from that company addressed to manager of drainage networks, O&M department. Okay, that's right. Starting with an application form for pumping groundwater to be filled and stamped, copy of building permit, copy of site map, copy of ID card and application, applicant's engineer, copy of registration company, copy of road opening permit, copy of traffic department approval as part of RO permit, testing of samples and confirmation of compliant results prior to obtaining 2 months permit. Contractor must note that sample testing is to be carried out after obtaining 5-day temporary permit and is to be submitted after previous requirements are submitted and a temporary permit is granted. Once application is submitted, project is given a reference number which includes a serial number, type if discharge and groundwater, and date of application. Drawing and comments are then returned to applicant for information and for correction, and applicant be advised applicable disposal option and manhole to be assigned for discharge. Applicant is issued a temporary permit for 5 days. Purpose of temporary permit is to allow applicant to obtain approvals from concerned authorities and install equipment in order to take water samples. Then it is during temporary dewatering, permit only discharge. During dewatering permit only discharge is allowed for collecting samples and to proceed with other departments' requirements. All samples are taken by laboratory representative from list of laboratories approved by ESCO and MOE. It's prohibited for samples to be taken by contractors. Collected samples should be tested for total suspended solids, TSS, turbidity, and short list of parameters included in Appendix A. Test results should be uploaded online to OSD or QSD by laboratory. Yet it should be highlighted here that whatever testing activities are not only limited to parameters provided on short list developed by OSQSD. It should only also cover list of parameters required by MOE. Okay, then it is what I say. This should be highlighted here that any testing is not only limited to parameters provided on shortlist developed by QST, it should also cover a list of parameters required by MOE for dewatering permit. Approval is then granted if test results meet requirements of discharge. Quality limits are attached in Appendix A. If installation requires a road crossing, a RO permit is required. If not, RO is not required. Applicant must obtain a license from concerned authorities for installation of all tanks and hoses. The following issuance of permit, regular inspections by O&M staff are carried out. Contractors then required to undertake weekly laboratory test for TSS, total solids and sediments, and turbidity of effluent samples, and bi-monthly tests prior to renewing permit renewal requests should be submitted in 7 days advance before expiry day of previous permit. Bi-monthly tests are for TSS, turbidity, and short list of parameters indicated in Appendix A. Bi-monthly tests are TSS, turbidity, and short list of parameters. Bi-monthly tests are for TSS, turbidity, and short list of parameters including Appendix A, together with parameters listed under Annex 4 of Law of Environment number 30/2002. A copy of permitted application and pre-forms are attached Appendix C. Now refer to Appendix D for a flowchart of permitting procedures for discharge to sea via surface and groundwater networks. Now, direct discharge to sea is another one. Direct discharge to sea. This is page 203, direct discharge to sea. MOE is licensing authority for discharging dewatering effluent direct to sea. If a contractor found that applicable option for dewatering is direct discharge to sea, a secondary method of treatment must be installed to allow dewatering effluent to settle before reaching discharge outfall points. Discharge to outfall point is achieved through use of pipelines or transportation via tankers. Discharge to outfall point is achieved through use of pipelines or transportation via tankers. Based on number of tankers, transportation may be subject to a traffic impact assessment study based on requirements of MOE. Contractor may therefore be subject to number of pertinent laws and regulations. When issuing direct sea discharge permit, MOE had to following concerns that need be addressed per Annex 4 of Qatari Law of Environment and list of parameters required by MOE for dewatering permit, including Appendix A, which includes the tests of following parameters: bacterial counts, turbidity and TSS count, bacterial counts, turbidity and TSS levels, presence of petroleum compounds, presence of heavy metals, others per MOE requirements. Refer to Appendix D for flowchart of permitting procedure for direct discharge. To see a copy of environment permit application form is included in Appendix E. For more information, contact MOE on telephone number +974 44207777, fax is +974 44207000, email responsibility @moe.government.gov.qa, email responsibility@moe.government.gov.qa. Discharge to lagoons. Alright, let us see. I think weather is not in my favor today. It's not helping. It's the matter of, I think it's 15 minutes more I could do. Let me see if I can do that. Alright, it goes. Now lagoons and discharge to lagoons totally covered with just geotextile from all sides, and this is lagoons are licensed by MOE. It is recommended that lagoon to totally covered with geotextile from all sides formed in a depressive area is used in locations so where it is logistically impossible or cost and socially prohibited to deliver effluent to surface and groundwater network using other means. Means it's recommended that lagoon totally covered with geotextile from all sides formed in a depressive area is used in locations where it's logistically impossible or cost and socially prohibited to deliver effluent to surface and groundwater network using other means. If contractor chooses to discharge the watering effluent to lagoon, license is given by MOE. Dewatering to lagoon is mainly based on requirements by MOE, which is given for case by case basis. Use of this option is depending on water quality. Yet general requirements of MOE can be summarized in following information: dewatering effluent quantity, detailed engineering drawings for lagoon showing geotextile lining of lagoon and duration of dewatering discharge. Dewatering effluent qualities tested initially against list of parameters required by MOE for dewatering permit, including Appendix A, and then tested weekly. Monthly testing is also required by selected parameters. Coordinates of lagoon inclusive of dewatering discharge points. Location map, others as MOE requirements. Per requirements refer to Appendix D for a flow chart of permitting procedure for discharge through use of lagoon A. Copy of environment permit application form is included in here. Same information of coordinates as given before. This is for telephone is +974 44207777 +974 44207777, and fax is +974 44207000. Email is responsibility at moe.gov.qa. Then discharge to lagoon not covered, Discharge to lagoon not covered. Discharge to lagoon which is not covered is dependent on discharge water quality. Similar to above option, licensing authority for option is Ministry of Environment. List of parameters required by MOE for dewatering permit is included in Appendix A. General requirement of MOE are similar to above options. Reference to Appendix C for a flow chart of permitting procedure for discharge through use of lagoons. A copy of environmental permit application form is included in Appendix E. Now, discharge by injection to deep groundwater aquifer, deep well injection. This is very important point. Let me see. Today we do, tomorrow we do. Just okay, we can do it, no problem. Let's see how it works here. Discharge by injection to deep groundwater aquifer, deep well injection. Disposal by injection to groundwater aquifer is a common method in Qatar to dispose of treated effluent of sewage treatment plants. Yet, use of deep well injection for discharge of dewatering effluent to groundwater is also done in few big projects. Now, however, and prior to discharge to deep well, a careful assessment of geological conditions must be conducted in order to determine suitable depth and location of porous aquifer reservoirs and identifying safe rate of injection to deep aquifer. Generally, depth of deep well should not be less than 400 to 600 meter deep. 400 to 600 meter deep is big one, which is expected depth of al Radhumma UER aquifer. Radhumma. Okay. Then in all cases, MOE require contractor to conduct an environmental assessment for impact from project as soon as drilling of deep well and analysis of samples is achieved. This shall be done by a qualified consultant with previous experience in similar projects. In all cases, MOE requires contractor to conduct an environmental assessment for impact from project as soon as drilling of the deep well and analysis of sample is achieved. This shall be done by a qualified consultant with previous experience in similar projects. General requirements of MOE for use of deep well injection can be summarized in following information. Duration of dewatering discharge. Dewatering effluent quality. Dewatering effluent quality is tested initially against parameters specified in standards for water use for irrigation purpose of Qatari law in environment, and then periodically testing each week based on UE requirements. Based on MOE requirements, not EA requirements. Each is become MOE requirements. UE was by mistaken by reading oversight. Parameters required for physical, chemical, biological, microbiological. Parameters required for physical, chemical, biological, microbiological analysis includes but not limited to EC, temperature, DO, pH, turbidity, FRC, TPH, ONG, sulfide metals, BOD, COD, TOC, surfactants, and VOC, BTS, TDC, TSS, pH, TOC, nitrate, nitrite, ammonia. This is a notice. This TOC, that is TOC, nitrate, nitrite, ammonia, TKN, phosphorus, chloride, sodium, sulfate, total phenol, carbonate, E. coli, fecal C. coliform bacteria, and SAR. Let us see again. Parameters required for physical, chemical, biological, microbiological analysis includes but not limited to EC, temperature, DO, pH, turbidity, FRC, TPH, ONG, sulfide, metals, BOD, COD, TOC, all abbreviation forms of those parameters. Surfactants, VOC, BETX. So BETX, TDS, TSS, pH, and this talc nitrates, etc. Phosphorus, chloride, sodium sulfite, total phenol carbonate, E coil, and coliform bacteria, and SAR. Then no AO design map, wait a minute, says talc nitrate, ammonium, TKN, phosphorus, chloride, sodium sulfite, total phenol carbonate, E. coli, fecal, coliform bacteria, and SAR. AO designs map for whole project including location of injection well and network of shadow trenches connecting wells. Comparison study between use of shallow networking and perforated pipelines. Drilling of monitoring wells to suitable depths to monitor impact on shadow aquifers. Drilling of monitoring wells to suitable depth to monitor impact on shallow aquifer. Providing injection wells and emergency wells to stop injection in case of contamination. Now refer to Appendix D for flowchart of permitting procedure for discharge through use of deep well injection. A copy of environmental permit application form is included in Appendix E. As mentioned above, injection of dewatering effluent to groundwater aquifer is licensed by MOE and is completely subject to their approval. Therefore, for further information, contact MOE. Information already given. Groundwater recycle and reuse on site. Groundwater recycle and reuse on site. It's recommended where environmentally safe and cost effective that dewatering effluent is reused or recycled on site. The reuse options on site will depend on number of factors including type of project. Contractors should propose treatment in case water is polluted by organic and inorganic chemicals or subject to biological contamination. Treatment should focus but not limited to DO and presence of bacteria, elevated levels of TSS or turbidity, and presence of oil. CEMP should be used to identify all opportunities of refuse on site. Yet options for use of groundwater should be discussed with MOE and subject to approval by MOE. Options could include but not be limited to. So let us say that CEMP should be used to identify all opportunities of reuse on site. Yet options for use of groundwater should be discussed with MOE and shall be subject to approval by MOE, and that is what it is. Options could include but not be limited to control of dust on site subject to the level of safety and quality of dewatering effluent, reuse of dewatering effluent, concrete curing, excavation activities requiring water, washing of machinery and site equipment, watering of on-site landscaping when turbidity is very low to avoid compromising integrity of soil. If body watering effluent quantity is within the limits of soil compaction parameters requirements referred to QC, it can be used for soil compaction purposes. Contractor to conduct a feasible study to evaluate whether it is feasible to erect an RO system for dewatering effluent treatment in order to use dewatering effluent instead of fresh potable water. So these points are there which can be used, which are could be used. Option could be that control of dust on site, so environmental control subject to level of safety and quality of dewatering. Second, reuse of dewatering effluent, you reuse that. How to use concrete curing, you can say. Excavation activities requiring water, washing of machinery and site equipment, watering of on-site landscape when turbidity is very low to avoid compromising integrity of soil, and if dewatering effluent quality is within limits of soil compaction parameters requirements refers to QC, it can be used for soil compaction purposes. And contractor to conduct a feasible use study to evaluate whether it is feasible to erect an RO system for dewatering effluent treatment in order to use dewatering effluent instead of fresh potable water. And feasibility studies to compare with both options in terms of financial viability. And that is integrated management of construction dewatering. Construction dewatering practices are better managed if they are integrated with existing construction. Management systems such as CEMP, monitoring plan and training programs, dewatering practice will then form part of regular construction inspection monitoring system. Construction environment management plan, CEMP, construction environment management plan, and that is CEMP is prepared to minimize impacts of project and its activities on receiving environment. CEMP is prepared prior to mobilizing on site. Contractors should use geotechnical investigations and prepare previous EIA if applicable as guidelines when preparing CEMP, that is construction environment management plan. When dewatering activities are included within period site preparation of CEMP should include the following: identification of opportunities to use dewatering effluent on site in order to reduce identification opportunity use dewatering effluent on site in order to reduce amount of disposed effluent, dewatering techniques being employed on site, disposal methods employed on site, and relevant monitoring plan to ensure compliance with discharge limits. Copy of discharge limits and roles and responsibilities of environmental advisor on site, and roles and responsibility have to be clearly defined when designing a dewatering system. These roles and representatives have to be clearly defined when designing a dewatering system. These roles and responsibilities are to be submitted as an essential element to satisfy CEMP requirements when applying for dewatering effluent discharge permit. Refer to appendix B for an example inspection sheets for dewatering process. I think there is monitoring plan after this, and there is another training plan. There's order control, health and safety considerations, site investigation. So we'll take up all these later on, because there is bad weather and my light problem here, so I cannot go any further. I think I should close here. I think I should close this here. No further chance to work. It's already more than, I think. Let us see how can I move this things here. I should say I'm going to close this because of bad weather conditions. There's thunder, a heavy high speed breeze and rain and no light here. I can't even my fan even, so I have to close down. This is required now, and I think I'll take up this issue very important. I'm talking dewatering, and dewatering very important, and I'm talking Qatar, it's very quality based country in GCC, and I can say that is a very technical talk. I'm taking dewatering, how to investigate dewatering, even forget about soil means drawdown. You have to ensure, and you have to ensure permeability, and you have to ensure, you can say various methods you have to use. You can say it was some bucket method, then well point method, other well point method, then deep well method, and discharge through system to sea, and direct discharge to sea, or discharge to lagoon, of geotextile combination or lagoon without geotextile combinations. So there are various ways I've been given in this, which is a good one for learning something. There has been development in technology, and this control increase they are increasing controls on technical basis, technical fronts. A good one, once you learn more. So you can't spoil soil there, you can't spoil environment there. You have to consider all that, and your water can be allowed. It's allowed to be reused on sites if within limits. It can be used for irrigation purpose, can be used for washing, it can be used for your landscape purpose, or it can be used for something else like that. Even for curing it can be used. It can be used for something else if it's good one, means washing machines, cleaning your machines, equipments, and environment control by spraying the water onto area which is during wind. And this kind of thing is, there is the ways that you are going to use this water. It's not bad idea, means optimization control rather than disposing of it's cost effective. If you just use a site, but question is to store the whole site's a big issue. Sites don't have that much space you can store water, but maybe store somewhere else, or you have to use it in sequence, or as you get water use that. But question is, dewatering doesn't go for whole time, it goes only until foundations are finished. Point is, during foundation period, it can be 1 month or 2 months maximum. You can use after that, there's no problem at all. So, but even then, for a couple of 2-3 months, you can say that there's the problem. After that, you have to work normally, means it impacts only substructure, that's foundation, because you can't do concrete work or structural works in foundation until area is dry. Requirements, you have to keep area dry. Complete area foundation is going to come there. You have to keep that completely dry, or else you can't do, because you have to do compaction, you do everything. It can't be in saturated conditions, you can't do that. So surrounding area must be kept dry, whether or not the soil is silty, or it's clay, or it's sandy, or something else. But I think where this rock area, there's this problem may arise near sea, but a distance of sea, I don't think this problem is alive in Qatar, because if you go to Dukhan or this, just the area where sea or seepage is possible, because mostly Qatar areas of rocks. So I don't think it's a problem. But yes, for some area landfills, there's something else. There's dewatering system, they have devices, okay, fine. But to dewatering system is necessary for that purpose. They have given methods also, which method is going to be used, and how you can store water, how you take it off, it can filter out silt and clay from that, organic matters from clay. That's very important point, you must mind it. And I think it's good one if you understand that. Not for point means just to have your knowledge about dewatering systems, environmental point. You have to come in contact with environmental chapters, and also come in contact with other chapters. That's good as in a good way. So I like to close it now for this, because no way you can do more, and that's so I close this. Thank you very much, and it's over now, and I can say that I should close, and that's all I can say. And I close this file as well. The file is closed, and I have to check out from here, and let's go now. So I'll take it here. Let's close out this also. Close out this as well.